I don't know if I'm on stream or not. No, I think it's not me. I think it's it looked like I had an abrupt stoppage of internet, like trading view flickered and then I think I might have had a brownout of some kind. I had some kind of a brownout. Let's try it again. Just be careful of these sellers above up here. These guys are all up inside of here. There's a lot of like traffic up here. Move these guys over right here. And it kind of sucks in here because they're gonna try to slam this down again. Sorry about that. I don't think the technical difficulty this morning is not me. It's I just noticed everything in my house flicker. Some kind of a brownout of some kind. Yeah, there's some selling of oil and gas going on right now. I'll just turn this back on. I even lost financial juice, so I don't think this was me. Oh, this is good to see. Crypto fear is at an 8. That's good.
Israel says they struck member of Iran's IRGC Quds force in Beirut.
Says it's too early to know if Trump is going to end the war. His statement was surprising. Israeli source to Khan News. Fear and greed index is at a 19. That's pretty good. For supportive market. But for how long though? Is it just until the beginning of the new month? And this is the same place we sold that high this morning is the same place we sold roughly. We could still trade like 668, 667.
Statements regarding Iran talks, and
they're definitely up here.
The situation.
I should make those red. I should make those yellow or red. And this one too. So let me give a
They hope that the situation surrounding Iran will soon return to peaceful course.
668.21. They're like real sellers, like right here. They're right up in here somewhere. Should be a bumpy ride up here. Real sellers are right up in here.
Spot gold turning positive, last up 0.2%.
They're here. Oh, and they're right here. I'll have to delete this later or I'll have to move it or something, but maybe that helps. Price target, upside price target, 680, 668.13. 668.13. And it's even lower. I shouldn't draw it up that high. It should be a little bit lower. Buyers coming in at 10 a.m. I'll read some of this to you here. President Trump has indicated positive developments in discussions with Iran, describing them as, quote, very good and productive, end quote. Over recent days, including the weekend, he frames a potential agreement as mutually beneficial, aiming for no nuclear weapons in Iran, strict limits on uranium enrichment, and broader regional peace in the Middle East to end ongoing conflicts, provided the deal is honored. Key points from his remarks include ongoing engagement, involves senior U.S. advisors such as Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and respected Iranian figures. Now, the current leadership is disagreeing with the statement. Then Trump came back out again, heading on Air Force One, saying, we don't consider Khomeini and those leaders as the real leaders of Iran. He anticipates continued talks, possibly including a phone call. Trump expresses concern for the safety of key Iranian leaders, stating he does not want them killed. He clarifies that Iran initiated contact. They called him, not vice versa, even though they're disagreeing with that right now. So there's some mixed messaging in here. On sanctions and oil, Trump notes that lifted sanctions haven't benefited Iran due to issues with oil revenue flow. And he wants more oil in global markets, potentially to stabilize prices or pressure to Iran. Stocks and indexes grinding higher right now across the board. SPX grinding higher right now as well. Give me just a few moments here. I'll be right back with you guys. Kremlin hopes that situation surrounding Iran will soon return to a peaceful course. We see contradictory statements regarding Iran talks and is continuing monitoring the situation. That's Russia speaking right now this morning. And good news here, the fear and greed index is near all-time lows. Not all-time, just near very, very steep lows to constructively buy a dip. The bigger question is, of course, what takes place into the end of quarter on the 31st, which comes up here into the end of the week. And, it comes out, the 31st is on Monday. So you have like the weekend. We have like now into the weekend to squeeze up higher for liquidity. We should get roped into some sideways action in here. Look for highs to grab to sell into next week. You should start looking like, personally, I think like Wednesday. Like Wednesday, flatten out sideways into the weekend. Maybe one more pop up on Monday. Maybe because of how the month falls this on this quarter. It's on a Monday, so we could flatten on Wednesday, but take all the way into Monday. I'll post some of this stuff.
Worth. It says oil market is trading on scant information.
No, maybe I'll post this on a nighttime post about Zoltan Pozar. He makes a fairly good argument here about this being a larger play against China. I agree with that statement. I think all of this is all connected, like all of it. All the shit that you're seeing out there, it's all connected. Like top-down AI, governments, economies, Taiwan, Iran, it's all connected. Midterms, all connected. Whole thing. Yeah, Trump on Iran. I guess he's still talking right now. He's still chatting right now. What is he saying? Hold on here. I gotta rapid fire through some of these comments here. Hope to meet soon. Hope to settle this. We'll get together with Iran, probably by phone. Iran would like to make a deal. We would like to make a deal too. Iran needs better public relations people. Responds to questions about Iran's denials on talks. Talk to top leadership. U.S. talk to Iranian top respected leader. Want to see no nuclear bomb or weapon for Iran. Deal happens. It's a great start for Iran and great for the region. The $200 billion military funding would be nice too. Trump on talks says we'll be very happy with what we have. Can't guarantee a deal. They called. I didn't call. I want to have as much oil in the system as possible. Trump on Iran, possibility of U.S. troops. We don't talk strategy. Let's talk a strategy right now. Just note that up here, these are real sellers up here, okay? Just note as we come into this 668 that they're going to be trying to drop bombs up there. I'm back on. I've been back on. Am I not on right now? We got a lot of people saying, am I not on right now? Am I talking into the nothing? Okay, I'm on. All right. I got people saying he's not on. Yeah, I'm on. I think I'm on here. You just need to refresh your browser, I think. Is this showing on? No, this is good. We're good. We're good. We're on. We're on. Okay. We got the new high here. That's good to see. We got the new high. Just looking for this next push higher now. Oh, man. So now that the, hold on, I'll ask this question in a little bit here. I'll ask it early. I'm going to ask it a couple times today. I'm going to get more information, I think on Wednesday. I just want to ask you guys a question out there. If you're watching the show, if you're a veteran, any service, I don't care. If you're a veteran, if you're watching this show in public right now, I'll get more information over the next day or two. If you have any experience with the VA or advocates for the VA, or you know anybody, Wounded Warrior Project, Senator, anything. I got a friend who needs some help. He was blown up in Afghanistan. Claims to be. He showed me his wounds. They were really bad. And he also has some brain damage and shit. And I think he's falling through the cracks. And he's not asking for help when he needs it. He doesn't have. I think he's got 30% disability, maybe 20 or 30. This guy should be on 100% disability. He shouldn't be working. He shouldn't be doing anything. Basically gave almost the ultimate sacrifice in a lot of ways. You can tell he's had blood clots from he had brain bleeding, blood clots from the fucking brain bleeding, arms mangled, leg is mangled from an IED, and this guy like hasn't asked for help, and I think it's because of the damage that was done. So if you know anyone out there or know any way to help, if I could reach out to you privately, just email me, CaptainJimJames@gmail.com, or hit me on Twitter on a DM or in Discord in a DM. This guy should not be falling through the cracks. If you have any way that you could help out, I'm going to reach out to some family members this week and see what I can do. I only found out about this over the course of the weekend. So I need some time, I guess, on my end to find out what's legit. Make sure this guy isn't anything fucked up that no one knows about.
Just a heads up, you can William Starmer speaking before the liaison committee.
But if you can help, if you know anything, I know about this stuff. Like, this will happen to people, and they won't ask for help. They'll think they're like a fraud in the system, and they're not. Like, these are the guys that need the help. And so it's always the motherfuckers that need help that don't ask for it. And I think this guy needs help. So if you could DM me, and I appreciate it. Find out who this guy is and why he's not. Why he got run out of the system. He got spit out, I think, on a medical retirement, and there was no safety net for this guy. So he just needs somebody to advocate for him. And I know they got advocates out there for people that do this shit to themselves. So you just ping me some way, I'd appreciate it. Thanks, I appreciate it, Generous G. Yeah, this it bothered me talking to this guy because I'm talking to him and I'm like,
We have
there's something either I don't know here. Like,
UK's PM Starmer.
I asked him all the questions like, did you hurt any women or children? You know, did you ever do anything where you were arrested for a victim crime? He's like, no. So, and like his life is failing before him because of what happened to him in the war. Not for anything for him being a fucking normal functioning human member of society. Okay, I'll leave that where it's at. I'm gonna take a quick break, go potty again. I restarted the stream. I've been streaming since a little bit early this morning. Just keep watching this grind up here. They're gonna try to sell this down again at some point. It's extremely dangerous up here. Just note that the sellers are up here, and they're gonna try to swing this thing lower. If you are follow the rules, looking for dips to buy, follow the rules. Half-hour triggers crossing the hour to give a nice push higher. Hourly velocity looks fine right now, looks supportive. Just be looking to buy back tests of the half an hour and hourly trigger for this upside move. Looking for liquidity to the upside.
Hikes by the end of 2026 versus 4 early on Monday.
Thanks, Generous G.
Again, that's UK interest rate futures pricing 2 quarter-point rate hikes by the end of 2026 versus 4 early on Monday.
I appreciate you, brother.
Seeing the pound jumping 1% session high against the US dollar.
We'll find out who this guy is. Let me see. Should I blow him up on public yet or no? I don't know if I should or shouldn't. I told him I was going to help him. I don't know who that guy is. Oh. Okay, hold on here. I told the guy, well, the guy didn't know. Hold on here.
Dollar yen down 0.6%, sterling up 1.02%, and euro up 0.59%.
Let me go see if I can find this guy here. Hold on here. Hold on here.
UK's PM Starmer says we were aware of talks between the US and Iran that they were happening.
Give me a second here. I'll look this guy up.
UK's PM Starmer says we have to plan for the possibility that the Middle East conflict could go on for some time. Starmer on energy suppliers says, I can reassure that we haven't any meaningful concerns about supply.
So I can find this guy here.
Just a heads up, US Energy Secretary Wright speaking on CNBC. Energy Secretary Wright says that we'll find out who Iran's leaders are during talks.
This is the guy right here. I just don't know if this guy is who he says he is. This is him right here. I just don't know if he's who he says he is. I'm going to have to find out who this guy is.
UK's PM Starmer says the UK is going to look at a wide set of economic measures at Cobra meeting. So in regards to who the US may be talking to or may be negotiating with in Iran, according to reports on X, the US is holding talks with Iranian parliamentary speaker Ghalibaf, according to sources speaking to Jerusalem Post.
I was going to post this stuff, but I'm not going to post it. I want to make sure I see bona fides. I want to see a DD214 from this guy.
US Energy Secretary Wright says another SPI release could happen, but it's unlikely.
I don't know if I'd sell just yet. Like if you're looking for like the weekly sell, I'd still like to see like the low over here and then another low. Start selling that, but I think otherwise they're going to try to grind it up until we can get the top. I'd like to sell below this or higher. Thanks, here.
Energy Secretary Wright says there are things the US can do on refinery efficiencies to help knock down fuel prices.
So I got a good question here on like, does this affect your end of year outlook on the market if we close the door on the hourly and or on the daily and trigger and weekly trigger? Last week S&P or last week JPM lowered their outlook expectations to I believe 720 or 730 or something. I don't see like the bear market.
Right, says we're looking at more levers we can pull to do.
So
again, we're
you can't like. There's nothing you can do about Iran. There's like no. You can't have an outlook based upon something that's no one has information on. This pre knowing about Iran. But I don't have the same outlook as JPM. Like they can rechange their outlook halfway through the year and say, oh, we'll hit that 750 target for end of year. So the outlook I don't think changes into end of year at all. I think it's like the 1990s where if we lose and start blasting lower, it's going to get sucked right back up and bought again, just like it was last April. I don't think we enter the bear market that everybody's looking for. I still think the way is higher, end of the year and even higher, until the bubble is done. And I don't think the bubble is done until 26, 27, 28, somewhere in there. Like any of this downside action, like if we have continued punishment to the downside and SPY, I think the moment that it resolves, we're back up and run into the upside again. So you have to in my view, you have to separate this volatility and downside from the greater market. We go right back into bubble. This doesn't stop the bubble. Sorry if maybe you're wondering if it stops the bubble. No, it doesn't. We're not going to stop the bubble build out because of Strait of Hormuz. Come hell or high water, nothing's going to stop that train. No matter what anyone thinks, nothing stops that train. They'll continue that build out. They'll continue the uppies until they're done.
Right, says we have ideas to bring more diesel to the market, and I think we'll see that happen.
No, Iran's not going to stop the build out. For nobody. That train doesn't end. Train will continue until we confront China.
UK's PM Starmer says the UK is sending defense missiles to Bahrain, Qatar, and the Saudis. And also Wright says that we don't want to block exports of US oil.
What is this? Heed the warning? Oh God, stop. I'm reading something right now that's like some kind of like bear jerking himself off. Uh, that's all I've got at the moment. Keep grinding higher until we hit the real sellers above. I'll be right back, guys. As soon as I get back, we're gonna look at some gamma stuff. But it's only gonna be good for this week until we get past the month. We'll look at some upcoming economic data.
That concludes Energy Secretary Wright's interview on CNBC.
Just so you can see them up there. Just so you can see the traffic that's up there. If you look at that, so even with this grinding up here, you can see where the sellers are. There's a big wall above. Is where your real sellers are, right up here. It kind of matches up right now to your the what I've drawn out here for you.
About 10 minutes ago, till we get comments from ECB's Cipollone and the Eurozone consumer confidence flash. Forecast -14.2, prior -12.2. Axios now saying that Witkoff is negotiating with Speaker of Iran Parliament, that's Galibaf. So Axios reporter on X says an Israeli official told me that Witkoff and Kushner are negotiating with the Speaker of Iranian Parliament, Galibaf. Five minutes ago, we're expected to hear from ECB Cipollone, and Eurozone consumer confidence flash forecast minus 14.2, prior minus 12.2. Israeli official said mediating nations were trying to convene a meeting in Islamabad with Galibaf, Witkoff, and Kushner and Vance later this week. 1 minute to go now to get the Eurozone consumer confidence flash. Shortly expected to hear from ECB Cipollone. Ten seconds. Still waiting on the data, and no comments from ECB Cipollone as of yet. Minus 16.3, minus 16.3, lower than the forecast, minus 14.2. We have posted out the Eurozone consumer confidence flash March report on the feed for you to read through. So Israeli official says the US is holding negotiations with Iran's parliament speaker Galibaf.
I'll read this to you right now. I posted this in the Discord. No. 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 No, I don't want the new Chrome.
UK's PM Starmer says the UK is looking at what happens when energy price cap ends.
I don't want my update yet. I don't want to continue setting up. Oh, shoot. Hold on here. What do we do? What did I do wrong here? Oh, no. Yeah, right there. Hold on here, guys. A couple seconds. I'm having a little bit of wonkiness go on. This is let me get rid of a few. I'm still having some issues here. Hold on, guys. More stirs, front end bloodbath, extension of painful bear flattening, while shocked higher real rates drive move lower into risk assets, with gilts really ugly and having a global impact with aggressive scramble into hike pricing. Talking about Charlie McElligott's note from Friday right now. With gilts really ugly and having a global impact with aggressive scramble into hike pricing, but locally too, as Fed's Waller this morning is increasingly hawking in the same direction of Chair Powell's commentary the other day on the unpleasant potentials for the Iranian conflict driven by a global energy shock to bleed through into core inflation, while even too we saw dovish party line. Bowman herself acknowledged the lack of AI-driven layoffs as a deviation from a regular harping of signals of potential labor market stress to justifying her legacy, quote, 3 cuts by year end, quote, view. Chat, are we really tightening policy into a global energy supply shock with already fragile growth backdrop and credit liquidity redemption knock-on concerns lingering? And this, of course, means a hot mess in the world that was heavily leveraged into and positioned for the wishful USD alternatives, de-dollarization, and ROI growth meme narratives for the past 6 months via an anticipated cyclical reacceleration from a pivot into global fiscal stimulus occurring alongside generally dovish easing policy rate expectations. Whew. That's a lot there, Charlie. This contributed to the market consensus pre-Iran. Well, this is a big key, right? Pre-Iran, that crowding into a bunch of generic trades, short USD, long gold, silver, long metals, long cyclicals, long value, long small cap equities, long emerging markets and credit, long steepeners, particularly anchored on CBE policy with longs in the front end, and even upper left payer ladders, which are short strikes in OTM payers, which nobody thought we could get to into this type of time horizon with dovish Fed confidence. The obvious and primary issue then at the core of post-Iran conflict commencement market tremors these past few weeks has been the vicious global energy petrochem disruption locally, SOH, and long-term risk of force majeure across GCC facilities, greater than inflation shock, greater than impulsive CB or central bank basically policy rate path repricing of energy importers equals rolling rates, front end VAR events, knock on shocks, which run aggressively contra to the prior worldview. This has then seen the market's prior implied distribution of outcomes gets rage flipped on their head from lazy legacy, short vol structures like the destruction and unwind, in or broadly anticipating gradual dovish easing pre-Iran, now instead suddenly into pricing tightening in said ROW, as most major U.S. alts are energy importers and or signal inflation mandate central banks, while we don't just see Fed cuts removed, but also de facto Fed hike pricing as stuff gets unwound. Yeah, this can be turned around, though, in a minute. Let me see here. I'm looking at crude Iran. Hold on here. European USD swapation, surface change. Things got crappier this week as markets had to readjust prior sanguine Iran off-ramp delta. The tit-for-tat gas strikes earlier in the week, which further reset market expectations of the time horizon for resolution, the SOH reopening by the end of April probabilities. So like Strait of Hormuz, April probabilities on poly market going from 80% to just now 25% since start of the week. These prolonged conflict re-escalation concerns took on new scope the past few days. Remember, this is Friday. So like Wednesday, he started discussing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Tapping non-conventional gas.
Where the market was suddenly pricing in delta of real willingness of the Trump admin to go full-blown U.S. energy export ban. Yesterday, when Brent WTI spread went plus $22, yikes, in order to turn the screws on ROW and force a capitulation from them to step up their assistance efforts, because remember, this entire operation isn't about Iran per se, right? So I think even Charlie is acknowledging that this is not.
NG Secretary Wright says oil prices would go down if Iran war ends in 5 days. He's
Straight Iran here.
Says oil prices would go down if the Iran war ends in 5 days.
Yeah, and this is a nice backdrop to this like Iran war ends in 5 days narrative. These are but instead the long game of isolating and decoupling the planet from China, especially getting Europe on sides with the effort through economic pain. Listen to this closely here, like like getting Europe on from off sides into like we're back to the whip, the whip with tariffs, the whip with energy. But instead, the quote unquote long game of isolating and decoupling the planet from China, especially getting Europe on sides with the effort through economic pain. But as that throttled the market Wednesday into early Thursday, U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent publicly then forced to rule that out, at least for now. But Bao today, things get murkier again. We saw the Kharg Island blockade speculation from earlier today. Remember, this was Friday. And more recently, the WC...
We can't kick the can to the next U.S. administration. That concludes remarks from Energy Secretary Wright on Fox Business.
The Wall Street Journal reporting that the U.S. is sending 3 more warships to the Gulf. And that's like the bigger part of this is like... you have more warships going to the Gulf. We have troop transports flying soldiers from Europe into this theater as well. We don't talk about everyone being like, you got ships going, and then you've got troops being transported via flights. But it's like it says here, 3 warships to the Gulf, which simply will not allow energy to exhale. It's kind of what we're seeing right now in price action 2 today. You can still see above us, just above here, there's still this like, just give me any high to sell. You can see it just above us right now, up there. But Simba energy to exhale, it keeps feeding the negative feedback loop. net on net, just an ongoing bleeding, degrossing, and exposure reduction risk management flow. And that's what you're seeing above here right now is the door closing on the daily trigger and weekly trigger, and that process. Most emphatically shown in CTI model FX gross positioning, which he posts below as a proxy for short dollar trade unwinds, where there was a 97% tile gross exposure on February 20th, which is now just down to 6% as of yesterday. But also seeing those longs in gold, silver, metals, small cap cyclicals, EM now getting further deleveraged. But the bigger question is, do we move into, instead of the deleverage trade, do we now move into the capitulation trade? So we do the deleveraging last week. Actually, it was before last week. You could see like deleveraging taking place in cash market, and then the last few little downstrokes were done outside of cash market, mostly, except for the attraction on QuapX. Yeah, here we go. So, like I've said for weeks, equities refuse to crash because everybody had crash hedges on. So there's no real panicking, vol outperformance speed to amplify matters into another sell-off outside of an orderly sell-off. Although there is a large strike down at 6475 that could get weird. Now this was posted on Friday before we got there on the end of day Friday. But even we're done with this now. This trade is like complete. So the bigger question is, do we move in from de-risking to capitulation? I think that's the so if you want like a narrative for this week, into end of quarter. So we have like QuapX, and then we have end of quarter. End of quarter is the 31st of March. And the bigger question is, do we remain selling these highs on these squeezes this week? So we squeeze up, slam into sellers. Are we far enough removed from trend when we come into this new quarter with generally negative hedging flows that happen every quarter, where we continue to sell to the downside on, all of this job owning Trump, the war is going to end in 48 hours, or not even end in 48 hours. We're going to commence bombing in 48 hours. Now you've got like a respite for 5 sessions. Probably not into the full 5 sessions either. He said 5 days as of this morning. The timer is on. That's Friday. And Monday is the end of the month, or end of the quarter, start of the new quarter. Perversely, with rich implieds and yet still ho-hum, realized the stocks won't crash, quote unquote, quote unquote, various quote end quote short vol expressions. In one day, SPX options has remained a far better place than long stocks and are printing hilariously positive sharps. Friday's down move was outstanding, printed beautifully. We have rebalancing that took place on Friday. And finally, we would also note that USD rate vol, that Jaya is looking at the realized vol move in 3-month, 1 year, noting that we are now surpassed levels of a few notable recent crises. It's the start of COVID, start of Ukraine and Russia, but still nowhere close to the absolute bomb that was SVB and the OTM receiver shock, which marks levels where you might begin seeing signs of vol exhaustion, which is somewhat to being corroborated by the deceleration in the magnitude of the flattening in curves today, and perhaps entice some RV trades and surface to fade these extremes.
The US 6-month bill and 3-month bill auctions. Prior high yield of 3-month 3.61%, prior bid cover of 2.94. 6-month bill, prior high yield of 3.57%, prior bid cover of 2.64.
So from just top line, it's looking like McElligott just making the statement here that
$9 billion in 3-month bills and $77 billion in 6-month bills.
We're going to move into this like second part of the trade. And we're not there yet. So the thing to do here is to just be looking for a high to sell. You have a first one here this morning. Hang tighter, guys. I think I got to take this. My wife is pinging me really quick here. Nope. Sorry about that. I hit a hot key here.
It's getting some further color then from a report here. Source says that Israeli officials believe the US and Iran could hold talks in Islamabad as soon as this week. So Pakistan, Islamabad.
It's like even all this jawboning, all this noise, all this like, you know, the war is going to end stuff. Stay focused here because even these guys are saying to you, like, even though you get like Trump saying war is going to end 5 days, bro, 48 hours, 5 days. We're talking to other people, that kind of stuff. You should still be looking for, like, the market is not believing this. The best way to say this is that the market doesn't believe this. You can see them above right here. So it's just a matter of grabbing a high. From what I can see from McElligott. The bigger idea here is that we're looking to, you know, get up as high as we possibly can, and then waiting on Trump at the end of the quarter to come out and say whether they've made progress or not. You know, I don't think any of us have that crystal ball. The market will set this up again to start the second leg lower. Now, I was asked a question about like top line stuff. I think I addressed this last week, but I want to talk about it again this morning just to highlight it again. You know, like you don't know that Iran is going on. There's nothing you can do about Iran. And any kind of vol shocks to the market this year, in particular, like, do they take us out of the bubble? I don't think so. I think it's the same setup as tariffs last spring. It'd be the same setup in any kind of fear this fall. It's two kind of functions. One, you have to blow off velocity, so you don't know how much velocity you're going to blow off to stay in the bubble. And then the second thing here is even if you experience shocks, I expect them to all be bought back up again. Like, this is not end of economic cycle, not end of business cycle. Is there risk to that? Yeah, there is. You can blow up or theoretically you can blow up the AI bubble with enough economy destruction, but I don't think the U.S. will allow that to happen. Like, I think when you start to measure, that's why I was brought up, like, what is a WMD last week? If you threaten enough WMDs, even if it's not nuclear, the U.S. will react in kind to whatever they perceive that threat to be. Hey, like, they're closed these straight enough, we're gonna increase what we're doing, right? We're gonna pound until it opens and there's nothing left to protect, you know. So I think the bubble continues, and I think whenever this is resolved, they're gonna buy the fuck out of that bottom and run it up again until we encounter the volatility this fall. We still have to deal with that volatility too. You got to remember, we're going to be dealing with so we got this volatility with Iran, and then we've got election volatility for the summer and fall, which is going to be a big one. And you're going to have the volatility with AI too. You're going to get maybe two more AI shocks. One, likely there'll be a discussion during the midterm elections over the summer and the fall. And then you're going to get probably some exuberance, and then you'll get more like hangover party time crash, blow up the actual bubble once we're done building it out. But I don't see, like, the threat to blowing up that bubble. I don't see it. I think the U.S. will push back no matter what on that. Like, we're going to build out the AA bubble 3/4 of the way, and then we're going to blow up the bubble. No, it's going to get fully built out. I don't see that train ending unless we're at, like, full on war over it with other countries, like a full on World War III. So we can't trade that. We're not going to trade like World War III trade in springtime or in fall or anything like that. I think like JPM has an easier way. Like, so what JPM did last week is they came out and they lowered their expectations for the year, and they will be able to come out again and raise them for the end of the year if this resolves. Like, we're lowering our expectations now because we could go down 10 or 20%, and we won't get a new high in the summer. And then if we get a new high, they'll change their outlook. I think the outlook stays the same for the year, but even if you get these volatile swings in it, it stays to the upside, to the right, and higher. If that makes any sense to you out there, if you're wondering.
Turkey seeks off-ramp to war through U.S. and Iran.
We could literally trade 6,000 and be still on bull trend here. Like, that's how stretched we are right now. We could trade 6,000 and remain in a bull market, not a bear market with a crash. You could get a crash, but you're not going to get the bear market. Not in my view. We would need to be underneath the monthly trigger, and then start changing that bull trend that we're in. We're literally still in a fucking bull trend. Like, we're in a bull trend. Like, I was talking to.
So from the article, it says that Iran has two main demands to end the war: guarantees against future attacks and compensation for its losses, according to a Turkish source speaking to Middle East Eye.
I think you can go back and you can go on SPX on a daily basis. Look back at the 90s, and we were above the monthly trigger the entire time. So until you run under that monthly trigger, only then can you say, "Oh, we've broken the bubble that we're in and the uptrend that we're in." Typically, that monthly trigger will come up too as we roll over it. Normally, you'll see like the daily, weekly, and the monthly all together at the tippity top of that bubble. We haven't seen that yet either. So nothing's changed in outlook for the year, even with volatility right now with Iran, or even any continued volatility this summer. Like, we couldn't have volatility in the fall. I would expect that all that to hold too, and go higher. So bubble intact as of right now. Overall, literally, you're in a bull market from 6,000 higher. Isn't that crazy? Because of all the stretch we've had. Like, you're like, you literally need to be under 6,000 and then selling that to break the bull trend, like the greater bubble market.
Short expecting the US 6 month.
And you can just compare all the triggers now versus the 90s.
Feed as well.
Just grinding sideways right now, looking for a roll. Watch out, we've got the quarterly trigger, or the half-hour trigger crossing the hourly. We have a tendency to, and we're stalling right here, so we have a tendency to price to chase that half hour. And if this half hour backtest is successful, we should rip to more highs. Just keep your eyes on this cross that's coming up over here. If you want to know where I want to buy a dip, it's down here. Anywhere down in here, any lows I can catch down here. I'm looking to catch a dip. Either on this cross or lower. U.S. holding negotiations with Iran's parliament speaker, Qualabaf. Israel official says. What else do we have here? Let's go through the motions here like we're supposed to do. I gave expectations for you on the private stream this morning. Let's take a look at some gamma stuff here. Let's go look at some more positive news. We've got a little bit of volatility expected today, tomorrow. At SPX at the money volatility is projecting a little bit more volatility, but overall selling vol in the upcoming days. So if we get a flush or anything midday today, tomorrow, it should get bought. Let me look at a few more things here. Hey, kitty. What are you doing? Hi, what are you doing? You want one of these? Kitty, what are you doing? Come on over here. You want some treats? Ooh, that stinks. Whew. You must love those. There you go, kitty. You can like claw at them. You gotta put your paw up there. What are you doing?
PM Mustama says we're not over reliant on US tech, but we're seeking UK alternatives.
We'll give her one and see if she'll climb up here. Maybe she'll jump up here for another one.
3-month bill.
There you go.
Coming through with a high yield of 3.635% and a bid cover of 2.84. So the US selling $89 billion in 3-month bills.
What you doing there, cat? There's another one for you. Can we get you to hop up here so they can see you on camera?
Also, 6-month bill auction data coming through with a high yield of 3.6.
Watch out for a flush here.
Cover of 3.03, with the US selling $77 billion of 6-month bills.
Let's look at some. Let me just look at a few things here.
So the US awards 34.8% of 3-month bills to primary dealers. And the US awards 64.5% of 6-month bills to indirect bidders.
CTAs at the halfway point of selling in all scenarios.
Of 6-month bills to primary dealers.
Let me show you a few things here. We'll go over some gamma stuff. Let's look at a few things here. Hold on here. This is CTAs here, CTA positioning. About halfway done what they're selling, not quite. Not quite done with selling. They come up here and maybe buy a little bit back, but then continued selling down. Let's look at CTOs, asset managers. They still haven't become, they're like COTs haven't been a major contributor yet to selling. They can be if we start pushing below 6,000. Vol control positioning. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, they're the same thing over here for vol control. They haven't really gotten too crazy yet into selling. They're just waiting for the rejection. Screener. Seasonality. Let's look at seasonality. So seasonality here, if you can't see it, seasonality is a little bit out of whack here. You see this, right? Big seasonal move lower early. See if we can get sucked back up. But it ain't looking like that currently. Let me switch over to top screen here. This is SPX. We're going to look at a few things here.
Foreign Ministry spokesperson, according to IRNA, says they had no talks with the US.
Let me do net gamma really quick here. Current price is at 6.3 or 6.629. Sorry, hold on here. $6,600, $6,650. So this right here. This is bottom of the market.
So just to give some context then of just history, a reporter just notes that the last 2 times Iran and the US held discussions, it ended with the US carrying out strikes against Iran.
Well, this is 6,600. This is a put wall here, so you can see this. Talking gamma now, right? So put wall right here. Speed bump at 6650 or 6550 right there.
Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says in recent days, friendly nations sent messages indicating US request talks to end war. Iran did not respond. Again, this according to IRNA.
Bottom market is now at 6,500.
Keeping an eye on the S&P 500, just seeing a little bit of movement towards the downside, a tiny bit, not a whole lot. WTI slightly moving up again, very, very tiny. But again, just as we have comments coming through from Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson, just saying what's already been said before, that they deny having discussions with the US.
This is the, like, we should not trade lower than down here for right now. So you can see that. Just hang tight. I'll be right over. Thanks. I appreciate you. Sorry. Hang tight, guys. So if you're trying to buy a dip, it's somewhere down in here. We're kind of like roped into this right now. The options market into the end of quarter.
Our ministry spokesperson says stance on Strait of Hormuz and conditions to end war have not changed.
So let's make this the end of month. Hold on here. So an unwind for end of quarter over here. Kind of like roped into this. Call that 9:30 in the morning. And it's fairly easy to just see where you're like roped in, and then wham. That's pretty much what you're looking for, is something like this, right? Some kind of like lower high maybe from this prior high. Maybe it's down like this, right? You just be watching for where these highs are, watching to see when these lows. And then the idea here is when we roll off all of these options into the end of quarter, if we remained pinned down in here, right, when we start making our way to the downside. So any of these highs, whether they're up here, or we start making a series of new lows, you'll be given a few chances to get short in here. Also on, hold on here. If you're looking for places to sell, this is 6620.
Asks oil refiners if they can boost production.
6650.
Now, it's a bit more detail than Iran TV says the US tried to negotiate with Iran via intermediaries.
6650 up right here, right where we are. I'll bring it a little bit up. We're taking a shot at it right here, which they already did. Weak sellers right here. Oh, I wrote that wrong. Sorry about that. And your big sellers are, there's 6650, 6700. These are stronger sellers up here. theoretically, this is where the put wall or the put or theoretically this is positive gamma right here, but it's very light. It's extremely right. It's right in here. This is positive gamma. This is the gamma flip, excuse me. So you can just see they're right here, like they're right here to sell. This is really all you need to know for right now. You know, that they're gonna be up here smashing. They're gonna be up here smashing, rein us in, close this down over here, close this down over here, and then we get more ramped selling. So that would be the thesis for gamma. You can't even start talking about. Can't even really start talking about like 6,800. You could start talking about looking higher. And real, like, wait a minute. Put that back up. What are you doing? Right there. I don't know why this isn't working here. Like, so right up in, you can't even start talking about like a bull thesis. You need to be like, you need to be up here. Maybe above this over here, making new highs. We can start talking about a bull thesis, but this doesn't look like the end. It doesn't look like it to me. And what will matter the most here, like if there's like a top line, what'll matter the most? What'll matter the most, of course, is the unwind, unclench potential after this over here. If we're not up high enough, we're getting rejected, and then you get the more bearish sentiment. It'll be nasty. So we got to wait until the beginning of the month. Here's your gamma outlook if you want to see it. And there's something else to note here too. We will begin to roll. We start getting under here. We start rolling. These walls will come off for the new quarter, and we'll get a bunch of new ones much, much lower. So it's a more mechanical operation the next week. Well, this is the basis for sellers right here. Any high will do. Hold on here. Let me get rid of this. And then the other thing I want to talk to you about here is intraday. Let me just trade the trigger for the intraday stuff. For one day options. Tight here. 1 date upside 6,600, 6,610, 6,640, 6,650. Yeah, 6,650. We already traded the 6,650 high. So we're looking to go lower. Downside expectations could go as far as 6,500. It could go all the way down here. We could blast, sorry, you can't see this. We can blast this all the way right down in here. That's nobody's business. Just be aware of that. Let's see if they can sell us down at 12 o'clock. Now, they tried at 10, but the buyers stepped in again. We'll see if they can make it lower on this one here and send us back down here. Maybe we can buy a dip down here. And we'll play ping pong all week long until Friday or until Wednesday. Weakness from buyers here. See if we can get down lower on this cross, at least get it down to the cross of the half an hour and hourly trigger.
With Trump on Sunday.
And give me a few minutes here, guys. I'll be right back with you guys. I had someone show up with some stuff. I'll be right back here. I'm going to try to get some food inside of me.
So, according to the Financial Times, Pakistan is positioning itself as the lead mediator, trying to broker an end to the US's and Israel's war against Iran, using its military strongman's ties to Tehran and warm relationship between Trump. So, Army Chief Munir spoke with Trump on Sunday, according to two people familiar with the call. While Pakistan PM Shehbaz Sharif held talks with Iran President Pezeshkian on Monday. We have also posted out the article from the FT on the feed for you to read through. According to the FT, senior Pakistani officials were back-channeling communications between Tehran and Witkoff and Kushner. According to sources, Russia's Saratov oil refinery halts work after March 21st drone attack. And just a heads up, Trump is supposed to be at a roundtable. So Trump will be participating in the Memphis Safe Task Force roundtable. The video is on the feed. That's supposed to be starting at the top of the hour, 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Also, a reminder at the top of the hour, ECB's chief economist Lane gives a speech on AI and Europe's economy. Text will be made available.
Is that like the hockey stick save from Besant right there? Was that the Fed put working right now with that red line over there?
According to a report, says senior Iranian official says the US has requested a meeting with Iran's Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf on Saturday, but Tehran has not yet responded. So just a bit more information and a bit more color being thrown around here. Senior Iranian official says the Supreme National Security Council has not yet reviewed the matter.
That's bullshit.
So Galabaf now on X says no negotiations have been held with the US, and fake news is used to manipulate financial and oil markets and escape the quagmire in which the US and Israel are trapped. So again, Galabaf on X says no negotiations have been held with the US. They're seeing some downside movement, a little bit downside movement on the S&P 500 off the back of that. A tiny bit of movement towards the upside on the Dixie, a little bit of movement towards the upside on WTI.
Flush it. Flush it, flush it, flush it. More down. I don't want to sit here all day long. Like, flush this fucking thing. Get it down there. We got to get as much flushing as we can. Come on, keep on flushing it. I put him down there for you, kitty. You want more? I'm gonna need a teacher to. I'm gonna need a kitty cam or something. That's what I was thinking about, putting a little kitty cam up so I can just jump over. You're a part of the show now, cat. Such a good kitty. Yeah, flush it down there. Come on down there. Flush it down. Flush it down again. Smash it even lower. Put this one over 1230.
Has gained session low of 1.3%.
Oh, yeah.
Been up 2.2%.
A little bit deeper. See how deep we can get this. We really want it. Like, I want it flushed down here. Can't really get along here. With all of this doom up here. So you kind of have to be lower. Like, I would prefer 6,500, but I don't know if we can get all the way down there. Might be waiting a few days for that. In a perfect world, it would flush all the way down here. Maybe even deeper. How about like 643? I don't think we can get down there though, not yet. Maybe. I think it could take all fucking week. And more job owning this week. I don't think the market cares about any of this stuff that Trump's talking about here. I've got his I've got this thing on here. Let me see if I can it says it's on at 12 o'clock. Fake news is used to manipulate oil markets. I don't know about that.
It's about a minute and a half until we're expected to hear from Trump at the roundtable. Remember, the video is...
I think ultimately it says hold on here. Memphis State Task Force Roundtable. Let's see if we can get the actual. Is that it right there? All right, I got it up. I got it up here in the background. Iran's parliament speaker, Galibaf, no negotiations have been held with the U.S. Oh, hold on here. Still not seeing it popping up here in my feed just yet. Another minute, maybe. I don't know if I'm getting sick or whatever. Nope, here we go again. They got the feed on right now. Still nobody sitting down.
Lane says AI is another reason to finish EU savings union.
I do have it up in the background. I'll move this here just so we can see what this price action looks like. At 12 p.m., see if buyers step back in or not. I want to see the flush. The more flushing, the better. You can't buy dips up here, scraping around on where all these sellers are. If you're looking for dips to buy, they're going to be up here trying to blast you to the downside. The deeper we get, the better for bulls, or at least for like intra-week bulls. And they're just like shooting across the bow up here, just like boom, sell, sell, sell. Let's see if we can get more downside in here. If you're an options seller, this week is gorgeous into Wednesday. You have gorgeous, like you're like range bound heavily the early week.
We have posted out the full speech of ECB's Lane on the feed 333.
I wouldn't fuck with this. You're like stuck in like from now until Wednesday. You're gonna be stuck in with like anyone in the highs grabbing highs, and then dips being bought. Even the options market looks like we're wound into this whole sideways thing until the 31st, or you figure in a high in the 26th and then a sell down into the 31st and the 1st. What sucks is if you're trying to get long, not short, short's easy. We're closer up here. But like if you're trying to get long as a bull, you need to be down here, guys. You need to be, if not lower. You need to be like down here at 642, 646, 650, somewhere in here. Otherwise, you're trading a 10-second chart or something in the longs. I still don't see. Still just nobody's even sitting down. It says "Make America Safe Again." Okay, whatever that is. Oh, I think this one goes up here. I think that's the 4-hour, and this is the daily. Oh, hold on here. The wrong one over there. Just scraping the daily right now. Oh, you made chicken tinga tacos? I've been exploring my taco or my Mexican here in Detroit's kind of lacking. Not fully. There's like really good Mexican. You gotta dig it out. You gotta find it. Some of those trucks are like they're here and they're gone. There's a lot of good South and Central American food here. You know what I've been eating though lately is I've been eating a lot of shawarma, and I've had some fucking good shawarma, some outstanding shawarma, and I'm for some reason I'm really getting really down with like the French bread shawarma. It's almost like a panini. I love shawarma on pita, but I've had some really good fucking shawarma on and like French bread that's like hollowed out. I think they hollow it out. I'm not sure, and it's almost like a cubano. Maybe even like the Vietnamese banh mi. It's reminding me of like a banh mi or a Cuban sandwich. Like a blend of all that, but it's Mediterranean. It's fucking gangster. Yeah, I've been doing the Middle Eastern shit. It's been good. What's crazy about it is I get the best shawarma meals from like this isn't crazy, but Middle Easterners when they recommend this shit, it's never on like the top 5 or top 10 list in Detroit. It's like, no, you got to find out about this one over here. This one's much better. And then we go and I'm like, oh my God, this is so good. I can't really make my own kebabs or gyro. Like the work that goes into making the meat, man. Like I can just go buy it. It's here. Go buy the sandwich.
Gas prices has increased the probability of a recession in the U.S. economy in the next 12 months to 30%, up 5 percentage points from earlier estimates.
I think I like the grill method better than the stack method on that stuff. Or like shaving or doner off of like the big spit or whatever. I like the I'm having or like the shawarma that I eat, I really like it off the grill instead of the spit. I don't know why that is. You'd think that the spit would be better. But the shawarma here has been killing it. Like it's that fucking good. I need to take pictures or video of when I go eat shawarma. You know, I suck at taking pictures of like stuff that I'm doing. Like years ago, I hated the idea of like not living in the moment. Like when everyone's got their fucking camera out everywhere where they are. So I've always been like anti taking pictures. Like I will, or if I remember it, I will. But I try not to like interrupt my experience. So I kind of suck at taking photos of the moment. I wish I take more photos, but I don't. And the perfect example is shawarma. Like when I'm out eating those fucking things, I just start getting down on them. I'm just like, and they're just gone. I fucking love shawarma. And if you've never had a good shawarma, man, you can get a good shawarma. Nothing like it. And it's hard to differentiate between like what's a shawarma shop, what's a what are they called? What are the diners out here called again? What are the diners out here called again? Coney Islands. Like, is it a like? Is the restaurant a Coney Island? Is it a shawarma? Who's making the food? All that stuff matters. Still not seeing Trump, and I don't see anybody else at this board yet. There's nobody even sitting down. They're all out back doing some. They're all getting along on Robinhood. All right, just sit back. I got my Trump thing. Everybody got their Robinhood apps up. I'll get you 5% off, dude, if you sign up with me.
Israel and US base in
You guys want to get some puts or some calls before I go out on stage? Yeah, I need shawarma cam. And they're always sketchy too. Like the good shawarma places are always sketchy. I'm like, I've never heard of this place before. And then I'll always tell the guy that's making them, I was like, just make me whatever you think your best shawarma is. And surprisingly, they've been on French bread recently. I don't know why, but they've been good. They've been good. Can we get a more flush? I'll take more flush in here. Don't make me wait all week long for it, please. Don't make me suffer. I can already feel it. You're going to make me suffer all week. Don't make me suffer. I already know what you're going to do to me. I'll be sitting here all fucking week looking for a low. And the low will be the fucking sell the news. Fucking grind us out all week long.
It says contradictory behavior of Trump does not cause any negligence on war front.
Let's check these flows at 12. They look like buy flows, but I would prefer to be lower. I like the low ground buying a dip here this week. I feel like you're all going to be buying calls too high. You're going to get sucked in, and then they're going to flush you out eventually, and you're going to be crying. So the dip was to be bought on the Friday close, right? Now it's just a matter of sucking in call buyers on Monday. I guess there'll be no joy in here for buyers or for sellers, right? They sell the open this morning. They're going to have to wait all week or next week to get a print. And meanwhile, we'll just be fucking sideways. We'll set this up again, see if this happens for another upside move here. But even so, I would wish we would be lower than this to even attempt this, because they're going to do the same thing here. They'll do the exact same thing above here. I wish we were lower here. No trade for me here at all. I got no trade. I don't like puts here. I like puts on higher. I like the dip to buy lower. I won't even chase this. I need it to be flushed to get long here. Otherwise, it's just a matter of waiting. Just be patient here. Yeah, 100% Vaseline. 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 You know how this is, right? Just like fucking Trump speaking, and then when Trump starts speaking, get out of the short. Hopefully we can get a flush. I'd like to see this continue. Hopefully I'd like Trump to be a little bit later, and then what are we going to do? Grind it higher once he starts speaking, then we dump it again. Still no Trump here. All right, I'll be back on as soon as he starts speaking. God. Waiting on Trump. Waiting on Trump or a flush, one or the other. Not much to do here. Nope, still no Trump. I saw some movement in the back. See some papers being shuffled. Yeah, I think we're stuck range bound here. And we're in the middle right now, so there's nothing to do here. Half-hour trigger crossing up through the hourly right now. Got some positive Momo here. Contra IRGC saying launched a new attack on targets in Israel and U.S. bases in the region. They're probably saying that because of what Israel was doing earlier. Contradictory behavior of Trump does not cause any negligence on war front. Trying to control the narrative. Iran has had a lot more controlling of narrative than I've ever seen. There's been an information vacuum. The U.S. has been attempting over the past 2 weeks to retake that narrative.
In a CNBC interview, ECB's Radev says there are some indications of second-round effects. Radev adds that the ECB will act decisively based on incoming data. In the article, again, ECB's Radev, in an interview with CNBC, says that there are some indications of second-round effects. It's on the feed for you to read through.
Half hour trigger crossing through right now. See if we can catch a nice flush in here. Down. Still no Trump here. I gotta make a phone call here. Okay. Spoo's being drawn down finally. Can we get the halfback trade? Still no Trump. Economic calendar for this week. Let's do a segment on the economic calendar really quick.
Nasdaq 100 pairs gained to less than 1%, was up as much as 2.4%.
We've got Tuesday, not big news. Tight air. Yeah, we got sorry, I misspoke. Our next like big data release is big data release is not until the 31st. So there's not huge stuff. We got jolts on the 31st. Then the first we get retail sales, ISM manufacturing, both on the first. Then on Friday we get NFP, unemployment rates, ISM services. That's all stacked up next Friday, not this Friday. So not a big news week here. So this being not a big news week means we're living on what? We're living on headlines, right? We're all headline risk. For the rest of this week, for not as important news, we have ADP employment change weekly is tomorrow at 8:15. NFP S&P Global Composite Flash Manufacturing Flash Services Flash PMI.
It's too early to tell whether to know whether there will be an agreement at this stage. The chances don't seem high. It's doubtful that Iran will agree to the terms.
Just looking for some flush in action here. No Trump.
So that's Israel's channel 12 there.
So just the whole week, just think that you've got no real big news, economic data news. So we're relying on headlines. Headlines filled with Trump, we're going to go up. Headlines filled with Iran, we go down, right? And Wednesday, we've got a 30-year mortgage at 7 a.m. It's not a big one, though. Export prices month over month at 8:30. Crude oil 10:30 on Wednesday. We get a bunch of auctions. We got a bunch of Fed speaker crap. Thursday, we get initial claims at 8:30 in the morning. That should be like probably the second biggest news. On Friday, then we get more diarrhea from the Fed. Friday the 27th, Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. But again, like the big news in markets not until the 1st. So this whole week here is like headline risk on ups and bottoms. And we were kind of diddling in the middle over here. We want to be a little bit lower if we can get a flush. If you want to even potentially take a long this week, it's probably on a halfback trade slightly lower. There's a small put while we're coming into. We're on SPX. We're at 6569. There's a small put wall at 65555. 6555, and bottom of the options market is at 6500. So we'll go back and look at this really quick. We're kind of looking for turnarounds.
So Washington has set April 9th.
Turnarounds here and here, but ultimately to be selling down.
According to Al-Haddad News.
Into the weekend. And I'd be really careful this week here listening to or I wouldn't say be careful, but just, you know, when like Trump's telling you like, hey, it's gonna end in 5 days, it might, but you gotta remember that the headlines will be picked up this week for any kind of news. So you get like, you know, the Trump talk, it goes up, and then you get the Iran talk, it goes down. So we're just looking for as much down as we can possibly get here on any headline. Not getting it at the moment. Would like to see this flush even more. I don't know if we can get that. I mean, just one little flusheroonie. This would make me so happy if we just did this. Like, I could buy that, some relative safety. And then there's less safety above. But in the middle, not messing with it. Getting a little bit more movement on this Trump thing, but still no people there. They're testing the cameras. I will play it if at any point he comes up and starts jawboning again. I don't care if this holds or doesn't. I don't want to buy it unless it's lower. I have no wants in this. I want it deep as I can get. Deep as I can get. Deep as possible. If we're trading this here, what are we trading it for? 5 minutes? This is our room right here. You see where they are? There's sellers up here. See it? There's sellers up here. There's sellers down here. There's sellers right here. So you want to go as deep as you possibly can before you get along here. Unless the war ends, then that wall comes off above. So you want as much. If you're a buyer, you need to beg for deep as possible. There's no breakout trade here that you're looking for. Not yet. Just be patient. A couple other things that can move into some other segments here. I'm looking for a back test on CRCL to go higher. They've already made a nice, beautiful move higher, but I do want to see them pull back to 100 to go higher. CRCL. KRMN is trading sideways. I want to see that one start squeezing here shortly. One that's already on the move right now is VG. Take a look at that one. It's already on the move today on the upside. CGON is just trading sideways right now, but it looks like it's going to pop here soon enough. Needs a little bit more price action to the side before some momentum comes and picks it up and takes it for a ride higher. So VG, KRMN, CGON, and CRCL. We're already 35 minutes late. Looks like some photographers are coming up now. We got some people doing some photography stuff. They have like weapons and stuff. Whoa, this is why they're saying America's safe again. Looks like this is like they seized some weapons or something. They have a bunch of weapons out on stage. It says DEA evidence. I hope those aren't real weapons up there. I think they literally put weapons up on the stage as that's crazy. They got drugs up on the stage too, marijuana. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Oh, well, they're all here right now. They got Moran. They got the Department of War guy. They got a bunch of flat top. Oh, they got Kash Patel is looking straight at the camera. Kinda. Protecting the homeland against Iranian terrorists while he's partying. And turn that down a little bit there. Still no hot mics yet. Kash Patel doesn't know where he's supposed to be standing. He's pacing back left and right. Where do you need me? Kash Patel is now over on the left trying to shake hands. No one wants to shake his hand. Oh, he got one handshake. Did a camera op photo. Someone said yes. Steve Moran, he's donning the black. His suit just turned black. Oh, here comes the head covering. He looks like a Sith now. So I just pulled out as a double lightsaber, red lightsaber. Did he go to Santa Monica High School? I think someone said he went to Santa Monica High School. Wait a minute. Here we go. Nope, there's still chat. There's still got the music cranking. Does Hegseth really have an American flag as a... Oh, fuck. He's got an American flag as a fucking... He's got an American flag in his pocket. The irony. I don't see us going anywhere right now. We got like a whole week of this. We're going to ping pong all week. Or at least until Wednesday. The bigger unwind comes after the end of month. You have to remember that we have end of month roll too, or end of quarter roll. If you don't know what that is, you should draw a major trend over time, and then you just look at the 31st of every quarter, and you'll see if we're able to break any major trend up or down. You have opportunities to do it in the monthly too, but in the quarter, you have a bigger reaction usually.
Fuel and diesel.
You can like snap a line on the 31st or the last day of every month, and then also snap a thicker line on every day of every quarter, and you can see how the price action tells you what's going to take place or happen. Move that over just so you can see it. Here we go. Trump's up. Oh, I hate this song. God, I listen to this song every day for so long. 30 times a day. All right, we're going to mute that really quick. It was that song, and it was La Bamba. They played that fucking song over loudspeakers like every training environment. It was like those two songs. I don't know if they do that anymore, but when I was in, that's what they did. Hang tight, guys. I'll be right back. That works for me. Turn this Trump up here. Sorry.
Memphis has to like me.
Sorry, there's an echo in this.
They were not happy a year ago, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, and now they said, we can't believe what's happened in terms of crime, in terms of what
Sorry about the echo.
the job that these people and some of the great people, many of the great people in the audience have done. And that's why I'm here today. In fact, we were going to cancel because we have a couple of events going on, as you probably noticed. So they said, oh, we'll cancel Memphis. I said, we're not canceling Memphis for anything. We're not canceling.
That reverb is from the AP, not from me.
Some big things happening, and very positive, I have to say. So before
Trump now speaking at the event in Tennessee, where the video is on the feed for you to watch.
provide a brief update
Trump's just
on
providing
Operation
an
Epic
update
Fury,
on
which is
Iran.
a very good name, as it turns out. That was the name. They showed me 20 names, sir. What name would you like? I didn't like any of them. And then I get toward the end, I said, you got to be kidding. What? Operation Epic Fury. I love that name.
Here we go.
The audio is quite bad on that. We'll try and find a different video. Trump says US and Iran had preliminary discussions over the past few days.
We knocked out their Air Force. We knocked out their
He's just reiterating what he said
anti-aircraft.
before.
We knocked out everything. And we did it with fury, actually.
We did it with fury.
Based on preliminary conversations between the United States and Iran over the past 2 days, I've directed the Department of War to temporarily postpone planned strikes against major energy and electricity targets.
Postpone strikes.
Very, very big, new, actually, and very expensive, billions of dollars it costs to build them. One missile, one of our powerful ones, and it comes down to the ground like it was made out of dust. But
Trump
to
says this
determine
time
whether
Iran
an
means
agreement can
business.
be reached, we've had very good discussions, very, very good discussions. And you have to understand, I know my whole life has been a negotiation, but with Iran, we've been negotiating for a long time. And this time, they mean business. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope. So, hopefully this will be possible, but no matter what, we'll ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They would have had one if we allowed the Obama deal to stand. That was the Iran nuclear deal, they called it. They would have had one. Marcia 3. I'll tell you what, Martha, we
Trump's
would
just
have
repeating a lot of what he
nuclear
said
weapons
earlier
up
on,
there when
so we'll
we
see
could
if there's
say
anything new
2 years
that
ago,
comes
3
from
years
him.
ago, 4 years ago, we would have been in a position that nobody wants to be in. We won't allow ourselves to be in that position. Over the past 3 weeks, the United States military and our partners have been decimating Iran's military capabilities with
The low here is
lethality in force, and we're
653.96. I'd really like to be lower.
launches down.
Anywhere in here.
We're
I don't want this fucking long here.
even thought of before. 90%. They can't launch them, and they don't have very many of them.
We'll keep stacking them up until we can get down there.
Annihilated. But we've annihilated their defense industrial base, eliminating their navy. We had 158 ships that down. I said to my people, why didn't you capture the ship? I said, were they good or not? They said, they were great, sir. So why didn't you
Alright, so we'll
capture
put out a
them?
better video of the audio.
Let me see if we can get a better video here. Does that sounded like shit. Oh, that still sounds like shit. We eliminated everything except for the fucking one drone that's gonna come over and take out a fucking a large carrier for $12,000.
Then the second set, 88 people met to pick a new leader, and they're now extinguished. And then they're meeting again, but now nobody wants to be the leader. It's one of the few political jobs that nobody wants anywhere in the world. Nobody wants it. It's a very dangerous job. My job is dangerous too, but their job is worse. In other words, we're systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America. They're not threatening.
This is tight right here. You see this?
Commander-in-Chief, it's my sacred
Like there's no money here.
protect our country from all threats. For decades, Iran
Can't buy that. You got to get down here to buy this.
and a
You know, you got to be down here to sell that. No fucking around here in the middle. Don't do it.
And that was supposed to deter me, but it didn't deter.
This is like fucking options seller heaven here for the next 3 days.
Trump says Iran bragged to me about having nuclear weapon material.
Quicker.
We could grind just this right here
And that made me angry.
and go nowhere.
Virtually impossible to stop them. Once they have
There's no dip buying here.
what they were building was incredible. You got a little glimpse of it by the fact that when they came out, they started shooting all of their neighbors. Their neighbors weren't fighting with them. They were getting along okay with their neighbors.
You need to be lower.
Everybody was surprised.
I guess you can win. You can make some money on like a 10-second chart in here, but for most of you out there, there's no long here.
Says Iran has one more opportunity to end threats to America. The world will be much safer soon.
We hope they take it. Either way, America and the entire world will soon be much safer and will be a much more secure planet. In addition to all of this,
I needed to see it down here. I can't get long here. No fucking way. I need to be somewhere down in here.
they say it couldn't happen.
Anywhere in here.
Wouldn't happen during my term, but if I got anywhere close,
I can't get down here. There's no longs.
we hit 50,000.
I'm fucking around here all day long.
The S&P, they said, even more difficult. They said it would be impossible to hit 7,000 on the S&P, and we hit that in our first term. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000.
We're gonna dick around. If we end up dicking around here for like 2 more days, it's gonna suck balls. We'll grind high or just sell it until the end of the week. We could be over here fucking around for like 2 more days.
Occidental CEO says that he sees peak US oil supply in the range of 2027-2031 and peak US oil supply at about 15 million barrels a day. Trump just reiterating that they're having a really good discussions with Iran. And discussions started last night, a little the night before.
They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon, et cetera, et cetera. But we'll see. You have to get it done. But I would say there's a very good chance. And it began when I said that I won't be. We were planning tomorrow on shooting down some of their power.
This is not the IRGC he's talking about here. He must be speaking to some other opposition.
We can make a deal that's good for all of us,
This is without a doubt. This is not the current leadership's stance. What he's saying.
including Israel, that's been a great partner in this fight. They've really been a good.
Trump says a very good chance that we will end up with an Iran deal.
What happens? I think
We'll give it 5 days.
This has got to be some kind of regime change.
giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody. As good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing. And it
Like none of this is the IRGC. Like would rather not be here anymore than do this.
last weekend, I'm again demanding that Democrats in Congress immediately end their disgraceful shutdown of the Department of Homeland.
I mean, I was reading something this morning about different paths.
They are holding it up because they want to take care of illegal immigrants coming into our country. They want to take
At some point, I'm going to turn this off if he veers off too much too. So I will turn the audio off.
gender for everybody, literally the mutilization of our children.
I mean, I don't know how he's slipping into Iran now into this stuff. So if he just slips into like campaign stuff, then
Or voter ID. Can you imagine?
he's been on this morning. He slips in and out of Iran.
Brought to my attention today that we're the only country that does mail-in voting. Mail-in voting means mail-in cheating. I call it mail-in cheating. And we got to do something about it all. And it's part of Homeland.
Trump to Republicans says, don't make a deal on anything.
Republican Party, don't make any deal on anything. The most important thing we can make any deal on anything unless you include voter ID, and you have to be a citizen to vote. You have to show citizenship to vote. Very easy to do. It's very insulting when they say people can't do it because they don't know how to do it. Anybody that can't do it, I think it's a very insulting thing to say. The Democrats are fully to blame with the struggle of the great American public is going through at the airports. They're going through.
This is all campaign stumping here. I'm going to mute this here for a minute.
TSA, the agents, and they're working together so far very well. I actually suggested that in the airports they take off their masks, and they did that. In the airports, I'm a big believer in the mask.
Turn this down a little bit. Unless I hear him start saying it, I'm going to mute him and then just have the squawker say it because he's veering way off course now. Wait a minute. There we go. He's just on campaign stuff now. I'll put the squawker on in case he veers back onto Iran. It looks like he's top lining what he said this morning. Then he veered off into, I don't know, like sexual politics or something, identity politics. And now is veering off into COVID. I don't know what that has to do with Iran. He did say, Trump, Iran bragged to me about having nuclear weapon material, which made me anxious. Iran has one more chance to end threats to America. World will become much safer soon. So, I mean, that is still risky as fuck, too. Like, just saying, like, you have one more chance. I'm giving you 5 days for what to happen. I'm assuming that the U.S. is treating this Strait of Hormuz as a weapon of mass destruction. Now, the Iranian authority is like, we don't have anything to do with this. Says very good chance of a deal with Iran. We'll give it 5 days. Trump to Republicans, do not make any deal on anything. I'm assuming that has to do with the voting thing. I'm not hearing anything else right now. No news squawker either. So he's probably veered way off course at this point. And they got a whole bunch of like shit going on there. They have like drug packages of drugs on the table. They've got weapons. I don't know if those are real or I would not want to have a bunch of weapons in I don't care if it is even a state police barrack or whatever. I wouldn't want to be in there. Get some wacko or whatever, crazy people. See what they're talking about in the pro chat here. Well, yeah, I gotta show them what I got on this. I'm just reading what you guys are discussing back there. What's going on? Discussion. I typed that wrong. Surprised it didn't get caught. Well, there. My autocorrect doesn't like Sometimes, like, I don't know what. It's not an actual word. Come on down. Flush this shit. This is a non-starter. Trump ain't doing nothing talking about oil right now. It's talking about everything else but oil. It makes me wonder too, like I have a bunch of questions now, like who's the deal with? Is the deal with Northern Alliance possibly, and maybe some Kurds and some US operatives and some opposition regime in Iran? Like what could, like, let's talk about that for a minute. Like, let's talk about the ways that this ends. I don't think we've discussed that yet. There's a few ways, or there's more than a few ways. There are some ways for this to end. And you got the one way that it could end where Trump says it could be something similar to Venezuela, or like a blend of Venezuela. Let me see if I can read this to you. Hold on here. I'll read parts of this to you. I think a lot of this is not real, but we'll entertain it here. You know, five scenarios that the war could terminate. The first one would be that President Trump does what he's done always, declare victory and move on to something else. Like Bush did that too, right? Bush did the Operation Complete or some shit on the side of an aircraft carrier, and that we weren't even close to being done. Operation Enduring Freedom. You know, the first scenario is the U.S. started taking Tomahawk missiles started firing Tomahawks at Iran last month. Maybe hope to be quick surgical operations similar to last June's strike against Iran's nuclear facilities, allowing Trump to offer footage showing such sites as Natanz, Isfahan, and Hayron mountains turn into a pile of rubble. There's also the Operation Desert Fox as a comparable example. In that scenario, however, as we were told by many, including the IAEA's director Grossi, that Iran has many unidentified sites spread all over the country. Moreover, no one knows where Tehran is hiding 400 kilograms of enriched uranium that could be upgraded to nuclear bomb warheads within a short amount of time. In that scenario, Trump wouldn't be able to declare victory without Grossi giving Iran a clean bill of health. And that would put Trump in the same spot that for his predecessors were when Hans Blix, Mohammed al-Bardi, and Yukio Mano ran the IAEA. It's a long time ago. Refused to say whether or not Iraq and later on Iran were building the bomb. The first scenario seems dicey. The second scenario is for Trump to refocus on Iran's arsenal of weapons or missiles by claiming it has been wiped out, thus enabling him to end the war. You hear some of that talk the past week or two, right? However, that would mean becoming a hostage to fortune. It would be sufficient for Tehran to fire a ballistic missile or launch an attack drone just days after Trump's declaration of victory to show the leader of the mightiest power in history is thrown in the towel a bit too soon. I think that's what a lot of what you hear. You assume like Like, if you go on Reddit right now, the propaganda machine is in full blast. If you want to know what like Iran is saying, just go to Reddit and read the front page shit. It's all Iran. It's all like astroturfing from Iran, China, Russia. If you're looking for like that astroturfing arguments, Trump declared Trump taco times. Trump declares victory. One way or another, Iran shows you that he hasn't won anything. You don't have the International Atomic Agency on your side as well. The third scenario is favored by some in Trump's cabinet, but absolutely hated by Netanyahu, and that's the Venezuela model. Yeah, you decapitate the regime, you allow it to squeal and survive under a second tier of leaders. That scenario may not be applicable to Iran for two reasons. First, the Venezuela of Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro did not want to wipe Israel off the map and drive the Yankees out of Latin America, nor did Venezuela have proxies in the American backyard or sleeping terror cells outside of the U.S. You got to, and this is, I'm in agreement with this.
Deputy Governor Reece Mendes to leave governing council on April 10th, and Deputy Governor Sharon Kozicki to retire from the council on July 15th.
Like when you juxtapose just these three scenarios with Iran today saying they're not talking anything with us, and Trump even slipping probably something classified. He said earlier, he was quoted earlier as saying, we're not talking to those leaders. Those aren't the leaders that this negotiation is going on with. And I tend to agree with that. When you look at like Iran, the Iranian regime in power and the IRGC, these guys want to be fucking martyrs. Let's be honest. These guys are people that these people want to see the end of the infidels, and to be a martyr is the greatest thing that these guys can have. So I don't see how this like argument, like we have a deal with them, with who is the bigger question. Who do you have a deal with? I don't think you're going to ever get that deal with the IRGC nor the current regime, whoever that may be right now. In Iran, unless those people are going to get replaced. The regime, like they're not as radical as Venezuela. Like the Venezuela model doesn't really work here. I don't know how that it does. The other thing, a second or third tier of Khomeiniist leadership in Tehran might have to be an even more radical to keep what is left of the regime's base. We caught a glimpse of that last week when regime propaganda cited 4 conditions supposedly set by the still invisible Supreme Guide Khomeini to hold attacks on Iran's neighbors. The first is the closure of all American bases in the Middle East. The second is for all OPEC members to terminate economic and commercial ties with the U.S. and expel American businesses. Third condition is for all Arab countries to withdraw their investments from the U.S. And finally, oil prices from the region should no longer be quoted in dollars, but in a basket of BRICS currencies. You know where all this comes from? This all comes from fucking Russia and China. More intriguing is the demand by the Ayatollah or ventriloquist behind him for the U.S. to pay compensation for damages done to Iran's infrastructure. The second reason why the Venezuela option, if one could call it that, might not work in Iran is that Israel is killing Rodriguez wannabes, the latest being Ali Larijani and alias Ardashir. Iran's so-called New York boys might have done a Rodriguez number before the war, but are now in danger of being done for by the more radical fellow Khomeinists. The fourth scenario is just to continue bombing and see what happens. However, there are 2 problems that might arise. After a week or 2, the U.S. and Israel may run out of military or dual-use targets to hit. That would oblige the artificial intelligence algorithm, which are told fixes the targets to recommend hitting just anywhere and anything. That could create millions of displaced people who would not be pleased with the U.S. and Israel. That in turn might turn Iran, one of the few nations where the U.S. and even Israel enjoyed a good image, partly because of the historic reasons and partly as a result of opposition to the Khomeiniist regime, into another market for anti-American and anti-Semitic discourse we see in Europe or in Western Europe. That scenario entails another risk that could, one, label the Sonny Liston conundrum. In his memorable fight with Muhammad Ali, a.k.a. Cassius Clay, Liston, reputed to be the strongest prize fighter, pushed his adversary to the ropes and kept hitting him with all of his force. Clay took the blows and waited until Sonny was exhausted and ready for a knockout by a weaker adversary. In the case of the current war, that exhaustion may not take a physical form, but could come in political, economic, and moral reforms. The fifth scenario, though based on a fantasy inspired by a puff at a non-existent Calumet, merits being mentioned. Trump will hold this. Now, this one right here is kind of fascinating. Trump will hold his rescheduled summit with Xi and Jinping in Beijing in April, and then somehow they, come up with a solution to Iran, and it's picked apart basically, right? You're giving your take, or the U.S. is taking part of the responsibility of the Strait of Hormuz, and China being the other power that steps in to quell what's going on over there. But
Trump to visit Graceland today.
this guy's saying that that's so far away, and I agree with that. I'm on this is a bigger operation that has to do specifically with China. So the 5 days that we have, my bigger question is, in the 5 days, you got 48 hours, and you have taco time for 5 days. Maybe we do a couple more taco times. And once all these troops are in place, the Marines are there, JSOC, 101st Airborne's there, all the people that can sneak in and do the bad stuff, right? I think you'll see the bombings commence, and you'll see U.S. troops securing, I call it Kang Island, but like Karg Island, and there's some other islands over there too. There's like about 5 other important islands, a cluster of 3 and a cluster of 2, and maybe some beachhead type operations by the Marines, and then some kind of surgical removal of the current regime. I think Trump might have slipped earlier today by saying the leadership he's talking about is not the Khomeini regime, and I just don't know who they are. I just don't know if they're. I mean, how many layers of extremists do you have to get through to get to Iranians that want some kind of permanent change? That would have to be. That's a lot of work. That sounds like boots on the ground to me. Sounds like people moving across borders, and then some opposition party within Iran, which there's no way that's going to be easy to pull out. You basically have to know where all the leadership is, be willing to take them all out at one time, arm the people, storm the gates, the whole thing, which is a huge operation. It's huge. It's not the same as Venezuela. You probably need Saudi Arabia helping Israel working inside of that too. I even think that in itself brings volatility. Even just that operation, if it takes place in 5 days, it brings volatility. Danger, of course. And those sleeper cells are even more of a danger at that point. Do they have any kind of dead man switch for the IRGC? Not seeing anything else from Trump here on the news squawker, so I'm assuming he's veering off into stump speeches. He's got another stump speech later today, supposedly at Elvis land or something. I don't know. I forget what Elvis is. Graceland, maybe. He's got more stump speeches going on later today. So wait for that. I guess it's at 2:30 or something like that. Maybe we can get one more downstroke in here once Trump moves on to his next stump speech and catch a low down here. Otherwise, we're grinding sideways. We're in the don't do anything part of this trade. We want either lower lows to get higher, or if you're going to trade this up, you got to be in and out. Don't be trading this on a 1 minute trigger. There's not much up, not much room above. The sellers are all up there. What we could end up doing here is just grind, unwind Wednesday OPEX, maybe start floating downwards, getting some decent lows into Friday on a high. So this is all a sell operation from on highs. Any high you can catch. We're looking, we've got two places for highs up here, two groups of sellers. We got one band of sellers up here. So if you haven't sold yet, there's a band of sellers here. You can visualize this for you if you want. And then there's another band of sellers right here. So just two bands of sellers. And you're looking for any of these highs to get short into April, May, unless we have something material change. But nothing that Trump is saying here gives me any none of this jibes with the IRGC. And none of them are in public saying that they agree with this. War will be over in 5 days thing. I'll be right back with you guys. I'm going to check in with Bork really quick. What's going on there? If we start turning up and you want to grab along, I'll give you a heads up on it if it happens. If you're watching the show right now and you're looking to take along here, there's no long to be taken just yet. You want to see the break above this one to even start talking about it, so we're not there yet. No trade. Unless you're a option seller, you're doing quite well today.
Israeli media, quoting a senior official, says, "We are not worried about the discussions between Washington and Tehran." According to Axios, VP Vance spoke on the phone on Monday morning with Netanyahu and discussed efforts to open negotiations with Iran. So the source noted that Vance and Netanyahu discussed the components of a possible agreement to end the war with Iran.
We have a new 4-hour candle starting here soon. We want to see if we reject right around 6,600. Let's see if we can get up here for rejection for this next 4-hour. Find out if this 4 hour is going to be up or down here. Just want to be selling where? A little bit higher. You want to sell this right here. Yeah, I don't know if it's all week long, Juan. I think it's going to be till Wednesday. It's just not a matter of like, we'll be trapped in here till like Wednesday, and we'll get an unclench Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We also have to take into account one more thing, which is that the 31st is not until Monday. So there could be some wild ass squeezing up here as we get closer to Wednesday, Thursday for the high. I don't know if we catch it by Wednesday to start selling down into the weekend or not, but what can end up happening here is we get stuck. We get just trapped in here till Wednesday. And my hope was that we could get down deep enough in here. What this does, it gives you a little bit more room. A little bit more room before we're selling, like before you get into that like vicious like sell mode. So the more deep we can get, the more we can at least have some kind of range to trade. But if we're like fucking around up here, it's just like boom down, down, ultimately to go down anyways. So you're either looking to be a seller up here or you're waiting for a down to get long on. All this in the middle stuff's kind of bullshit. There's no real trade here. The good news if you're looking for intraday trading stuff, there's a new 4-hour candle starting up here. The idea would be that we're gonna squeeze up into this 4-hour candle, and the next one will be a 4-hour down candle here if they can roll it down. Just keep watching it here. Just watch the prior 4-hour candle on SPY. They're coming in to attack it right now. There's a big zone in here.
So just keep an eye on the stock indexes here, S&P 500, just seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside, to a little bit of downside movement. The only headline that we have is from the Axios piece that Vance and Netanyahu discussed the components of a possible agreement to end the war with Iran, and just being cited by some other channels, Israel Channel 12, so that Vance and Netanyahu discussed bid for Iran talks. According to senior Iranian officials speaking to Al Jazeera, saying Trump does not have the authority to set conditions or deadlines for negotiations.
Just a note to you, they're going to try to do this again for this 4-hour candle. See this one right here? They're going to try again in here to throw this one down. Watch the squeeze up on the new 4-hour candle.
Also, senior Iranian official speaking to Al Jazeera says the US still refuses to accept two essential conditions, of paying reparations and acknowledging the aggression against us.
Seeing some cross current information supposedly coming out of RRCG, or saying senior Iranian officials saying Washington still refuses to accept two essential conditions: paying reparations and acknowledging the aggression against us. As I read off a bunch of those things earlier.
Zero says the issue of closing the Strait of Hormuz and planting mines remains on the table in anticipation of any reckless American action.
Iran not addressing the removing nuclear material that can be turned into a bomb. Looks like they're willing to concede that here, but I don't know who the senior Iranian officials are. There's a lot of different news here, not all jiving with each other.
Fawad Sinora to al-Haddad says it's time to empower the Lebanese army to accomplish the task of confiscating weapons. So just before that, you had Fawad Sinora to al-Haddad news saying that Lebanon can no longer tolerate Hezbollah's adventures. There's comments coming from former Prime Minister of Lebanon, Fawad Sinora.
Can't take this trade yet, but you got to wait and watch. If at any point we can get a rejection down here, there's a really nice put down here, but you got to wait. You need to have a new low, and there isn't one yet. See, there's the higher low, higher low. Just want to watch for any rejection up here. If we can snag anyone, set the trade up. Don't take it yet. If stop that. If you just can get any rejection down here, catch the low, and then right on that sell, you'd take this one down. But we're not there yet, so just keep an eye on it though. Puts are really cheap down here. If I take the trade, I'll post it. I'm eyeballing it though. Don't turn up here. Today's market ripfest comes at the worst possible time for bared up funds. No, I think bared up funds know we got to grab a high. We already know they're going to try to grab a higher high. Yeah, I'll read some stuff to you here in the background. It says here, today's rip fest in stocks, which is already fading following repeated claims by Iran that, contrary to Trump's representations, no talks actually took place, could not have come at a worse time for hedge funds and institutional investors who had aggressively ramped up their bearish positioning last week. I don't think so. I don't know about. I'm going to read this to you. The bearish positioning was printed on Friday, so we can go back down there to print it again on the actual end of quarter. According to Goldman, sentiment indicators turned resolutely pessimistic, and major indices started to react accordingly at the end of last week. Blah blah blah. I don't know. I don't know. Hawkish pivots have put pressure on financial conditions, and the buy the dip mentality is being challenged as retail investors no longer buy the dips. I think the retail investors are just waiting to sell the high. It's fairly fucking simple. Like retail investors will turn back into buy the dippers above the daily trigger. A couple new highs, sure, they'll turn them back on, but the way that daily trigger is racing down, it's sell the rip. Flow-wise, the selling has accelerated from CTAs, hedge funds, and continued from asset managers. And Friday marked a rare net selling day in SPX for the retail community. The lone bright spot was inflows into equity mutual funds, bouncing to not emerging markets, equity mutual funds, bouncing to a sizable $62 billion in the week, which $47 billion into U.S. funds. We had a bunch selling this morning too. Or the last 4-hour candle had a pretty big degrossing candle on it. HF leverage, gross leverage has now fallen for 2 consecutive weeks. Now sits at 215%, 214%, still not the low. We are seeing de-risking, but not capitulating. With a decline in gross exposure, we are now seeing a small uptick in net exposure. Net is went into weekend at 53.7. Yeah, they're buying it all back to fucking sell it on high. This is all mechanical shit. Like, we shouldn't see like cratering over the weekend. Like this past weekend, we shouldn't see cratering over this, or the next chance for cratering is likely like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday into the hedging flows on the 31st. It would look something like this. Here, we'll look at it. I think I've already shown you guys this a bunch, but I think you've seen enough of it to be. It's already 2 p.m. We can start looking at this. We got the 4-hour candles forming right now. Just on like just looking at daily basis here. They're saying something like people were positioned over the weekend for a crash. That shouldn't happen. It should be, if it happens, it should be delayed. What you would end up seeing is just like top line is the Friday close, save the market, and then more or less just looking for a new high to sell. It's basically that right there. It's looking for a new high to sell on, you would expect like it should start topping and rolling sideways like Wednesday. And then you'll get the effect of the hedging flows on into the 31st and over the weekend. You know, like the 30th, the one thing that's kind of tricky here is that we have a weekend between Friday and Monday. Here's the 30th. And then you'll like the delay. Here's Wednesday. Let's put Wednesday there. It's like the idea being that you'd have like a nice top on Wednesday. What you really can't say here is, do we pop up one more time on the weekend and then Monday you actually get the negative flows? Sure. It ain't going to matter. This is all about getting liquidity to go lower. I can't see, I'm trying to find a hope and a prayer here for bulls, like that the fighting will end in Iran, and it's really based on some thin shit. even the responses that they're picking up on the wire today are got to be from different leadership in Iran. Some leadership's listing off major demands. Some of them are saying that they've agreed to almost all of them, but not others. And even those agreements or that are left on the table kind of head scratching. If I listed off all the demands this morning versus the demands being met, not met this afternoon, probably different people in Iran giving answers. The market is still set up here to go down. You'd have to be back like, you'd have to be like 1, 2, and then we're up and away and start talking about, risk on again. The rest of this is just semantics at this point. We're down here for a reason. And I'm trying to rationalize here why you would do this to Iran to this point and then end
military base in northeastern Syria.
I think Trump is serious when he says, we're going to end this shit. When you say we're going to end this shit, it's regime change. It's probably troops on the ground, boots, or parties of the willing. Maybe it's Japan. They haven't said anything yet, but wouldn't shock me to see coalition of the willing being Israel, Japan, South Korea. Even if they're trying not to be swept up into this, at some point it becomes where they'll have to be. Let's look at this together. We did a private show earlier today. We'll talk about some of this stuff here on public. So here's your 3-month down here. When you get these big moves like this, right? You want to see what it looks like here. A prior example of this, just like this. Back down, slam into it, and then wham, back down again. Same setup as here. And there's even theoretically bigger fish to fry in here. 5,500, 607, 630. Let's look at this. Only this one right here for now. We'll keep it kind of, we don't want to get too bearish here in the middle of the daytime when we're not ready to start selling. Let's look this right here. This is the monthly right here. We did everything we needed to do on Friday. You can see it right there in the month. On the week, there's another one down in here. So these have already been taken out over here. We're just a matter of how deep does it go over here, right? Matter of fact, you just look at this like a cup and handle. The first idea would be, here's an inverse cup and handle over here, but here's another cup, here's another handle looking for this.
Down explosive drone over U.S. consulate in Iraq's Erbil.
Down, down, down. How deep does it go? On a week, 2 key levels for bears, for sellers, is these 2 white lines right here. This is really what, if you're a seller, you are looking to keep price under 670.89. That's right where it is. If you can see 670 anywhere, start getting bear curious. It's like bear curious. It's right in here. This is where the pain is for the bears. It's what they don't want to see. And if you're a seller heading into month end, you're just hoping to catch one of these highs. And
Iran's Revolutionary Guard spokesperson says there's no need to mine the Strait of Hormuz.
Here's the day.
Forces have full control.
We're not going to talk about all this party time down here yet. This is only an operation of where do we sell, and you can see where it is. This is a daily basis. So you've got this one right here, probably this one right here, because this will move down another day. This will be the one that matters. This one will move down too. If you wanted like your big push higher to sell, it's up here somewhere. This is your first band of sellers. Talking about those people earlier. We know that the second band of sellers is right in here. And this is all your bad guys up here. So when they're like, oh, hedge fund, everybody's like, everybody was selling the wrong place. They're not down here. They're up here. They're up there. They're up here.
According to sources here, in call with Trump less than 48 hours before US-Israeli strike on Iran, Netanyahu argued for joint killing of Khamenei, and the leaders discussed updated intelligence on meeting in Tehran between Iran's supreme leader and his key lieutenants. Netanyahu said there might never be a better chance to kill Khamenei and avenge Iranian efforts to assassinate Trump.
Yeah, I got nothing to say on that.
Says based on necessity, Iran will use any capabilities to provide security.
So you can kind of see it right here. Let me go back here for a minute. So this is the week and the month right here. This is kind of your, this right here. See this right here? This is like, so I showed you the options market earlier, right? We still have like the rest of the quarter. Like we have until the 31st. So this is the 31st right here. Wait a minute.
According to New York Times, Pentagon officials weigh deployment of air troops to Iran.
Air troops to Iran. Oh my God. So this right here, right? Let's bring this over. You know, you figure this is Friday, 1600. This is the Monday at, this is when the selling actually starts in here. The only real question is, if you look at this here, right, you got this band of sellers right here, so you can see them. This band of sellers right here.
Further detail
and sellers, right?
Forces would come from a brigade
so
of 3,000 soldiers capable of deploying anywhere in the world within 18 hours. Senior military officials are weighing possible deployment of a combat brigade from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division and some elements of the division's headquarters staff to support U.S. military operations in Iran.
Voice news disconnect.
If you don't know this, the 82nd Airborne keeps troops on standby 24 hours a day. Brigade ready to go at any time. They used to be called green, yellow, or red or something when I was in the Army. Anyways, do you see this wick right here? So you know that you got one group of sellers right here, and they've already put their trade in for the week. So if you're a bull, the thesis here, like overriding three thesis here is this. Here's one, right? Maybe you get two, and then it's a matter of, something down over here, down over here, down over here, down over here. So if you're trying to trade this midweek, you want to be a dip buyer, here potentially. You'd buy that right there is not bad. Buying this down here, not so bad. But when you're trying to buy like, middle of the day on a Monday right here, bro, let's buy this. They're here. They're like right there. You're talking about like a 1 minute trade. This is hella dangerous up here. You at least want a little bit of like cushion for the pushing to take that trade, to fight this, fight that, fight any of that up there. And then buying the dip as you get closer and closer, too dangerous. Like dip, at least. You can chase the rip up here. But like if you get closer and closer to a high of them selling in here, your best bet in this, Like, even if you were going to get, let's say the war ends, right? The war with Iran ends, and they push us up, right? Oh my God, everything's going to end. Everything's going to be awesome, right? You're up here. You're still going to get those negative flows, and you're fighting for this right here, and you're still right there trying to go higher. Like, you're still going to be afforded the passing of volatility. Even if it's down here on the first of the month for April, if we're going up. Or say it's down here and starts stalling and it resolves itself by the 15th, you'd still be better off down here waiting for, instead of trying to time this. There's no point. It's lower. You need to be like buying from lows, like the Friday close, like the rest of this week. You still have the volatility is still there. So it's not to say you can't go up here. So this for into the end of the day or whatever, what I would want to see for me to get long here, even for an intraday kind of a move, is lower. So like flush this close down to this hour down here. I would still need to see this low down here for me to get long. You know, it's a tough thing. Like you can say like, oh, I'm going to buy this for what? You're buying this for just another, you know, like you get your cup and your handle and then it's sell down here. You know, so like this is kind of garbage. Even if you go up there, it's still going to come down, I would say. Then maybe you can take that trade. So you're either looking for the blood now to take that trade, or you're looking for these sellers to step right back in and flush you down. That flush needs to come either at the end of the day or inside of today or tomorrow morning at 9:30. You know, if you give you the push up into the close up here, it's the same operation. You see it? It's like even if you do this, you're still looking for. Come on, you'd still be looking for this trade lower to take this one up. So you get what I'm saying? You just need to be lower, or it's not worth. I'm not saying you can't chase. I'm just saying it's not. And there's actually better money in this downside here. I was just looking at puts for the close for 650. They're like 10 cents, 15 cents. So like if you smash down here into the close, even the puts are going to pay better than the calls. So we'll just draw it like this. I want to see this down move. I don't know if we can catch it or not. You can chase this up if you want, but I want to see this down move either at 1600 or tomorrow morning. I'd like to see this flushing. And I'd really like to see this higher high up here, like 2 o'clock on Wednesday. Somewhere in there. I'd like to see that. And then we can get that stall that we're looking for. Whether it's straight up right here and then down and then up, or if it stalls and goes down, looking for that, you know, middle of Wednesday, then this kind of fuck around shit for the real sell, which is the real sell should be triggered like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday into Monday. So just be patient. If you're a bear, if you're on sell side, there was an opportunity this morning to sell. You should be afforded at least one more opportunity, maybe two this week, to get short. And this could be just a matter of grinding all week long, like, you know, the usual shit. Ping, 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 ping. Catch that one excessive high up here for liquidity to go down eventually. And yeah, I mean, like, and this is the other scenario, like, it doesn't matter if we sweep up here. I could even draw it in like this if you wanted. This would still be dotted up here. I'll even give you that right there. And your real dip buy is down here. This is the only safe place down here for a bull. This is where your buyers were. It's where your buyers are. You know where they are. They're right in here somewhere. And they're likely right about there. Start looking for buyers down here. This is where I would be. Lower. I can't chase that for fucking... it looks like it's a lot, but it's not. You already know they're here. You already know they're here, so you expect them to maybe come right here. Like, there's a lot of danger in here. A lot of very trappy for a buyer. This is what I got for you for an expectation for tomorrow. Some kind of capitulation. If we choose not to go down here and just start running up, it's possible. I just think it's dangerous. I think people are looking for like this to be bottom, and we're gonna make it through all this stuff up here. It's not close enough to it's too close to call. Too dangerous. Sellers know where they are. They're here. They're here. Buyers don't know where their bottom is. And we're not out of... And there's something else here, too. Like, all of these options are going to change. Gamma is going to change drastically once we get past the 31st. The whole Gamma map for the next quarter is going to look completely fucking different. And, you know, if everyone's rolling and shifting into capitulation mode for the month of April, it can get fucking nasty. So just pay attention to this as the week moves on. If you have triggers, you can easily see the same price action in multiple prior scenarios. So the market doesn't believe at all that this is going to fix itself in the next 5 days. It's not really a matter of support. It's just like the buyers don't show up here, and then, you know, no one's going to want to buy this tomorrow morning unless it's down here. So, they're going to want the discount. Let's go back over here and just look at it here. Same shit as earlier today. And we can kind of see it here too, right? Kind of see the... You can kind of see it right there. Just, you know, trying to get the stall out, grab some of this to get an actual bounce from. And there may be like a breakout in here, you know, where you're like sneaking by over here for a minute or two, but then it's back down. You really need like I'm not saying you can't like trade this and trade that and trade this and trade that, but they're just really small 5-wave patterns still leading to where are the buyers at? They're probably right here. Smart money is somewhere down here. So I don't like this middle diddle in the middle shit. And even if you're up there, it's like still equal legs. Like it's kind of garbage shit. Like you're up here, okay, you got equal legs. Now what are they gonna do? Sell you down here? So you kind of have to be where the smart money is down here if you want to be making money. There are probably a lot of bulls that are buying on the open this morning. A little too early. If you want to, this happens too much. You know, just let them get ground to dust. Let them capitulate in here. I'd much rather be a buyer down here. Somewhere down there. Get some bad news overnight. This is 1600 right here. And the other problem here is you get the 4-hour candle. I'm going to show you this really quick. So here's a this is a 4-hour candle right here. Gives you a little bit better perspective. So the only problem that I have here is I'd like to see this be the top of a 4-hour candle, and then have this candle come right back down here and maybe just flush everybody out, and then ping that one right there, whoop, right up in there, just like down and then up. And we're not seeing that, just that little bit of gap right there. This is the SPX gap. So it's like somewhere in the 6540, 6555. You can see that over there. There. If you can just get like a reversal, flush it, and then up. Makes sense? Back down again. Get up there. Something like that. And if it leaves me behind, I don't care. Like, that's the other thing. Like, if this leaves me behind and smashes up here, I'm still a seller up here. I'm still looking to be a seller for these big downs over here. So just fucking around, dicking around. Just look at it over here. I think we all know the way is higher, but where is the bigger question. You always want to see that plunge. So leave this right here. The timing might be off. I'd like to see this plunge even now. I would take a plunge like this. Dive into the closing bell. I'd love it. I'd love to get long on that one if I could. I don't know if I'll be afforded that. Maybe they'll wait to slip it until after the bell. It's like we're grinding, and then we can get a nice little slip underneath, dump it in after hours pre-market, and come back up. There isn't a ton going on tomorrow. The one thing here that sucks is there's not much for economic news that matters. On Tuesday, we've got ADP at 8:15, S&P Global Composite at 9:45. Maybe that would give us the unclench we need here. So you got a couple news things. So if this can like work itself out on Monday or it's Tuesday, if whatever this is over here, wherever this like Tuesday 10 a.m. you get to just like down on some of that news, maybe some bad news. We can get down there. I don't like this long. I see the long, I just don't like it. And I don't like fighting the volatility above. If I'm going to fight volatility, I want to enter much lower. I don't want to fight just blind volatility from right here. And I think this is bullish. Like, this is all pretty bullish here, but I just want that flush. If I can just get that flush, I'm going to be a happy guy. It's a hard place for a bull. Or for a dip buyer. Bring these over so you can see them. Just so we know where they are. So you can see the other leg over here. I'm even willing to go up here. But I still don't like it. I don't like the trade up here. I don't fucking like it. Hold on here. Where was the low at? Right here. And this says, I've got reading something else that says that they'll be done selling by end of week. Market's gearing towards buying a dip here. They just don't think the low is in yet. Hang tight, I'll post all this stuff in the Discord for you. Hold on. I'm getting the bull thesis here. I'm going to post the bull thesis inside of the Discord for you here in just a minute. Bull thesis is basically saying both. Bull case is saying that whatever this sell is over here will be followed by dip buying. CTAs will be done selling end of the week. You'd buy this dip to get out of here. On this rejection, just two more. But even so, you're still looking for, recovery, your recovery down to the 15th for your everything is awesome kind of a trade up higher. I don't think you escape that easy. Even with that bull thesis. I'll post it for you in the Discord right now so you can read it. The bulls are coming up with a thesis, though. The bulls putting a plan together. But there is a bull plan. Let's make this bigger so you can see it. A lot of sellers right here, just so you know. Very squeezable above.
Futures settle at around $2.89.
So we've got I've got a few things to read to you here. Jesus, I got to start back here at 2 p.m. Sorry here. I didn't know my old man thing was up. Rockets launched from Iraq's Mosul towards U.S. military base in northeastern Syria. Air defense shoot down explosive drone over U.S. consulate in Iraq's Erbil. Iran's Revolutionary Guard spokesman, there is no need to mine the Strait of Hormuz as Iran armed forces have full control. We know that's kind of a bullshit. They've been saying that they've been mined. They're not mined. They might have speedboats or something with mines on the back of them. Leaders discussed update intelligence regarding meeting in Tehran between Iran's supreme leader and his key lieutenants. Netanyahu said there may never be a better chance to kill Khomeini.
Fiscal fund on oil price surge.
Israel's trying to act as the bad guy right now. Pentagon officials weigh deployment of air troops to Iran. Combat forces would be drawn from a brigade of approximately 3,000 soldiers capable of deploying anywhere in the world in 18 hours. That means too that the logistics soldiers are already being put in place, which is probably 3 times that number, if not more. It means we're moving tens of thousands of support personnel to likely Kuwait and other places already. Senior military officials are considering deploying a combat brigade from the 82nd, as well as some division HQ staff to support U.S. military operations in Iran. Officials portrayed the military's activities as sensible preparedness, adding that no orders have been issued by the Pentagon or the United States. Central Command declined to comment.
U.S. Interior Secretary on Iran says Trump is
those wheels have been spinning, bros. We already know those rules. So they're doing this build up, trying to do this build up quietly rather than so publicly like we did with Iraq. There have been no changes to plans to send thousands of Marines and sailors to the Mideast. Yeah, that's already 5,000. I think we're already up to 5,000 Marines. So you get, tens of thousands. Now you probably already have another 10,000 troops there, combat troops, so 20, 30,000 that we're being public about, which means the support staff will probably already have 100, 115, 150,000 troops either committed or on their way there right now in some fashion. What else here? Kuala Lumpur discussed the Strait of Hormuz issue with U.S. officials in Islamabad. Pakistani media is reporting. Iran's parliament speaker is also saying he held talks with the U.S. is a plot to sow division amongst Iranian officials. There is no consensus among officials on continuing the war. That's from the IRGC affiliated outlet Saberine News.
Currently not seeing a headline directly as a consequence of this move, but we'll keep looking.
We're in squeeze zone right here, boys. So watch out for a squeeze. Got some equal legs to trade up here. Look at this R2 as a target. Right in here. squeezing up into the first 4-hour sellers right now.
Netanyahu says Trump believes war achievements can be leveraged into a deal with Iran.
Where are they at? Right here?
US Interior Secretary Burgum says that there is an engagement with Iran about a possible solution going forward, currently speaking in a CNBC interview.
So you can see your upside targets. Netanyahu saying Trump believes war achievements can be leveraged into a deal with Iran. Spoke to President Trump earlier. It's all from Netanyahu.
Netanyahu says any deal will preserve our vital interests. US Interior Secretary Burgum says Alaska can help us with energy security and confident Alaska LNG project will get done. According to CBS, the Strait of Hormuz is dotted with about a dozen Iranian mines.
Oh, now we've got mines are definitely deployed against the other counter information. I'm looking at VG back here. It wants to explode to the upside.
CBS citing a US official on Strait of Hormuz mines.
elite.
And US Interior Secretary Burgum ends a CNBC interview.
Or selling highs. Maybe that's the best way to talk about that when you're diddling in the middle. Who's that? I was up earlier. I was up walking around outside like before the sun was up. Fucking cold as fuck out there this morning.
So Israel Today, reporting Israel high on X, says a source familiar with the details told Today there is full coordination between Israel and Washington, but the chance of an agreement with Iran is very low, and so far there has been no direct talks between the sides.